Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. We get to start with a Niverio puzzle today. We have enjoyed many of the puzzles in the Niverio Candy series around here. I think at least. Actually, I think I always think one of them made the Puzzle of the Year list, but because Niverio makes so many good puzzles, I think it actually didn't. But they are some of my favorite Niverio puzzles, which is a high bar to reach. Anyway, but we get to start with this one. So this is a 6x6, but I think it's going to be harder than it looks because it's a 6x6 that's sort of a two truths and a lie ambiguity puzzle. We could do that. So we're going to do that. But before that, I should mention last stream, if you missed it, we did a much requested pencil puzzle setting stream. If you have been one of the people who's been excited for us to do a pencil puzzle setting extravaganza and you missed it, you can go back and watch it. I should have that puzzle published in not too long, I am hoping. We set a pentomino country road puzzle. I look forward to setting more pentomino variant puzzles at some point because I enjoy sort of playing with pentominos. It is fun. And I'll do that. I also have the puzzles published from the setting stream before that one, but that one requires more work, so I'm not quite 100% sure exactly what I'm going to do with that one. We'll see. But the one I'm hoping, the country road one, will just sort of work out of the can once I test it. I just haven't tested it yet. All right, so let us read the rules to Niverio's puzzle here. Normal 6x6 rules, so that it's 1 through 6 in each row and column, and outlined 2x3 box. The grid has 4 different colored dots. They represent white dot, which means consecutive, black dot, which means ratio of 2 to 1, V, which means sum of 5, and X, which means sum of 10. Which color represents which constraint is to be deduced by the solver. Additionally, some candies have gone bad, so each color has exactly one bad candy, and the digits across a bad candy cannot fulfill any of the 4 previously mentioned constraints. Which candies have gone bad must be deduced. There's no negative constraints of any kind. Okay. So I agree the place that I want to start is with asking which of these things is X, because the only X that is allowed is 4, 6. So yellow and red can't be 4, 6, and blue has this cute little dot where if blue is X, then any two of these 3 being 4, 6 will force the other one to be 4, 6. So if blue is X, then that's the one that's wrong. And green, well, this one, of course, can't sum to 10. But right. And yeah, so if green is 4, 6, that doesn't work, because this would be the one that was wrong. These two would be right, and they would put 4, 6 here. So therefore, blue is X. We can put 4, 6 in these cells. 4, 6, there we go. And we can put a naughty symbol across this one. I'll note there aren't an enormous amount of options as to what a dot that isn't anything can be. We'll have to probably contemplate that, but it's going to be a little bit tricky to be that anyway. Okay, so what about what about thinking about V's? So if either of these things is V, then there's only 2 ways to make V, so the wrong one would be in this row. For what it is worth, if this was V instead, instead, I don't immediately see a problem with that. We've got black dot. And so maybe it is also interesting to think about black dots. Yeah, the black dots, I was going to say the same thing that Emma said, which is that you can't have 3 black dots in a row. So one of these at least is definitely black dots and V's. So one of these, the wrong one is in the row. I was hoping something like this being a black dot, it would have to be 1, 2 if this is a black dot and it's correct. For what it is worth. I am curious if I'm supposed to do something interesting with the structure of these green dots. If I am, I don't see it yet. Let's see. Yeah, the okay, so Nils, I think, has the correct point, which is I can't put a V. Neither of these things can be V, because the remaining thing would be 5, 6. And so Nils is correct. Neither of these things can be V, because the 2 correct V's would be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the incorrect one would be 5, 6, but that's not allowed because that would be a white dot, and the wrong candy can't be that. So so it is green that is V. For what it is worth. So let's see. So this one is the one that's wrong because it can't be 2, 3, or 1, 4. So this is the wrong V, which means that we get a digit here, which is a 2, and we can bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And we can write in 2, 3, 4 in all of these. For what it is worth. Okay. Right. And so the point is, what are these cells? And so they're either 1, 4 or 2, 3. But if either of them are 2, 3, by our logic from before, the other one is also 2, 3. So if either of them is 2, 3, they're both 2, 3. But if neither of them is 2, 3, then they're 1, 4. But then these two should be 1, 4. So actually, these are all 2, 3. And it is only white dots and black dots that we have left. So what's on the black dots in the row that is here? Because we can't do 1, 2, and 3, 6, right? But for the same reason that Nils pointed out earlier. If we do 1, 2, and 3, 6, then we're leaving over 4, 5. So in the row that it's black dots, it's actually 2, 4, 3, 6 with a 4, 5 on the wrong black dot. So that is what's going to happen. And then on the white dot, I guess there's a little bit more flexibility on actually how that works. I believe. Okay, so yeah, so if this is black dot, what I just proved is that this is definitely a 4. That would be 6, 3. Oh boy, I just gave the dumbest proof in my head that one of these, or that neither of these cells can be 4, 6. So that's exciting. Uh, so it's true. This one, David points out, this one can't be 2-4 or 3-6 because of what it's with. And that one can't either. Right, right. So, right, David has it. So the point is, remember, we just said the correct black dots have to be 2-4 and 3-6, and neither of these can be that. So that means that it's actually the yellows that are the black dots. So that means this is 2-4, that's 3-6, and then these are 5 and the other one, 5 and 1. And so this one's also correct. This is the one that is bad for this. So this is either 2-4 or 3-6. Oops. Or could be 1-2, sorry. Could be 1-4 or 6, sorry. Could be 1 and 2. Okay, so yeah, so what's left in this box is the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this can't be 1, 2 is the point, but there's definitely a 2 on it. So this has to be 2, 5, which makes that a 1 and a 5, which makes this this a 1 and a 6, I believe, in order to make that all work out. Okay, and so then these are... Okay, so these can be consecutive if they're 3-4. But this can't be 3-4. Adorable. Okay, so this red dot's always wrong is the point. Because if this red dot were right, it would be 3-4. Because remember, red is white dot. Sorry, let me answer Dorlear's question. Yes, there's a rule. The wrong dot can't meet any rule is the point, Dorlear. So if I made this 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3, 6, that would leave 4, 5. This would be that would break the rules. So anyway, this can't be 3-4 because then the correct one would either be 1, 2, or 5, 6. And whichever of 1, 2, and 5, 6 it was, it would make the other one... Wait, actually, that's okay. It would make all of them correct. It's actually okay if all of them are correct. But I guess the point is, these are always correct as dots. Because I was thinking it worked like the others. But anyway, these are definitely correct for whatever that is worth as white dottage. Because if this is correct, it makes the others correct. And if this is wrong, it makes the others correct. So that tells me this one certainly isn't... This one's certainly from 4, 5, 6, and definitely has a 5 on it. And this one is from 1, 2, 3, and definitely has a 2 on it. But therefore, that is a 3 and a 2. And therefore, this is 1, 2. 2, and that's a 3. And so these are 3 and 5. So that is a 5 and a 3 and a 2 and a 5 and a 1 and a 2. So we've got all of that. Okay, so what's this pair? This is 1 and 5. So if this is a 5, then it becomes correct. And if this is a 1, then it's incorrect. And that sort of goes over with this. But anyway, these are a 2, 3 pair, I suppose. For whatever that is worth. Uh, Oh, right. Three can't go with 6 on the red dot is the point. Emma and Josh are sort of teaming up to tell me this, right? This is either correct or it's wrong, but if it's wrong, it would be 3 with 6, and that's not allowed. So it has to be correct, which means this is the one that is incorrect of the red ones. There we go. So that is a 6. That makes this a 1 because a 5 would automatically be correct. And 1 can't go with 4 because that would make it a V. So now this is a 1 or a 6. These numbers are a 1 and a 4, which go in that order. That makes that a 6 and a 1. How about that? So that's a 5 and a 6. That makes that a 1, a 2 and a 3, and a 3 and a 2. 5 there. And these are a 4, 6 in that order. That was absolutely lovely as a starting point for the stream. Very well done, Niverio. Lots of really sweet stuff in there. Absolutely loved that. Okay, let's see. What are we going to do next? Let's see. Let's see. Tristan keeps telling me there's a few puzzles that he recommends I do, so I'm scrolling for them, but I can't find them. Let's see. One moment. I might take a second. I was just going to continue stuff, but I'm going to take a second to scroll through this, so I'll be back in a second. I found it. Alrighty, so here is a Nell Gwen puzzle. This is Reflections 11. Have I missed Reflections 1 through 10? I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, so we have here palindromes. So that means these are the same. Oh, it's a Roman numeral 2. I see. Okay, so this is only the second reflections. So these two are the same, these two are the same, and these two are the same, and similar for the other palindromes. They just need to read the same forwards and backwards. These need to be a string of consecutive digits, but in any order except that the white dots need to be consecutive. Oh, it's refractions. I can't even read. It's refractions, not reflections. And the arrows need to sum to the number in the top left corner. Except it's going to be a 2-digit number because these are pill arrows. Okay, so assuredly, these are all 1 or 2 because of this. Oh yeah, top left corner. Yeah, sorry. Whatever corner it happens to be at. So those are always 1, 2. Because I can't make 3 digits sum to more than 24. So always one of these is a 3 or a 4, because of the fact that words. Because of the fact that I need to have a 20-something. Yeah, the only thing the 20-something can sum to is 23 or 24, because you can't make more than 24. Oh, interestingly, though, this 1, 2 is not actually doesn't actually see the others, but these two do. So one of these is a 3 or a 4, and one of these is a 3 or a 4. Oh, no, not even here, actually. That's not even true, because these two don't... This one doesn't actually see the 1, 2, so it could be 12. If you wanted, that would be okay. Yeah, box 3 doesn't actually see it again. Let's see. Okay, so it's also worth noting that these 3 digits are the same 3 digits as these 3 digits, and they're the same 3 digits as these 3 digits. Just by asking where these 3 digits that show up on the palindrome actually go. So in particular, actually, that means that 1 and 2 is actually on this palindrome. So if I actually highlight all of these numbers and make them yellow, and then those 3 digits are yellow, and so actually there is a 1 or a 2 in here. So by that, and then similarly for all the palindromes, we can get that. Those are, sorry, there's always a 1 or a 2 on the palindrome, and there. Like that. So no 1, 2 on the arrow or in the sum ever. For what it is worth. Let's see. The Renbon sums are always 3 mod 4. Would be interesting. Let's see if I can convince myself that that's definitely true. Right. So where do these digits go in this box? That's the question. And the answer is they are exactly the arrow digits. Because they can't repeat on the palindrome. So indeed, this is so if it's a 20-something number, it's 24 exactly. Otherwise, this is just using the fact that if you add the 3 digits on a length 3 Renbon, then they always add up to a multiple of 3. So it would be 24, or if it's a 1-something, it can't be 12, as we've already noted. So it would be 15 or 18. So that one is 4, 5, or 8. Same thing actually here. Same thing here, yes. And same thing down here. Now, I don't think this being 5 actually works. Because if this is 5, this Renbon now needs to contain digits that are all larger than 5, because I can't fit 3 digits that are smaller than 5, but 3 digits that are larger than 5 aren't going to add to 15. So that doesn't actually work. Likewise, this one can't be 5. In fact, I think none of them can be 5 for the same reason that they all see the Renbon. So actually, that gives us 4, 8 pair here. So if you look down here, the logic that the palindromes need a 1 or a 2 doesn't apply to all of them. Oh, it doesn't apply to, oops. It doesn't apply to this one, right? This box, I don't know that there needs to be a 1 or a 2. So this one could actually be that. Oh, and also this one, because it would be also a 4, 8. So these, so this one could actually also have a 2. Right, because it has to do with the weird asymmetry that you get in pill arrows, with the fact that they read left to right and top to bottom, so they actually inherently introduce asymmetry. And I did not pay attention to that. Uh, well, I don't think these can possibly be a 4-8 pair. Oh, the units digit could even be 1 because it could also be 21, Nell points out wisely. But these can't possibly be a 4-8 pair because if these are a 4-8 pair, this can't be 1, 2, 3. It could be 5, 6, 7. Sorry, it could be 5, 6, 7. So if these are a 4-8 pair, then this is 5, 6, 7. Okay. 5, 6, 7 would add 18. So I guess I'm saying this is never a 4 in the most convoluted way possible. Because if this is a 4, it makes that an 8, which makes this 5, 6, 7 as the only possibility, but 5, 6, and 7 add to 18. So does the same thing apply here? Oh no, that one doesn't quite work the same way. Screaming Ice Cube pointing out this certainly isn't the 1 or the 2, because there's a 1-2 pair in this column. That is worth pointing out. Okay. And if this is an 8, then that works. So the only way this is a 2 then is if this is a 1, because we just ruled out 4 from there. So 21 would make these 6, 7, 8, right? Let's see. Seems okay. Is 12 actually okay? 12 would be 3, 4, 5. That seems okay to me. Because the way David that this would be 15 is if this was 4, 5, 6, because of the fact that the arrow is these 3 cells on the Renban, but that uses 2 5s in column 9. That is the weird world in which we live. Yes, it was unrelated to the 1-2 logic. Okay. Let's see. Emma says this needs a 7. This is either 24 or 18, I guess. So yeah. So if it's 24, it's 7, 8, 9. If it is 18, then it's 5, 6, 7, right? So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 always. And so there's always a 7. Here there's one more case. No, this one can be 3, 4, 5, right? It is true. This one's always odd because the even digit has to go on the white dot. This one, this one has a similar thing. because it's either 18, in which case this is 5, 6, 7, or it's 24, in which case it's 7, 8, 9. So this is always from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's still, there's still a 7 over there. And so I know that one of these two is a 7. Uh, okay, and so that means, funnily enough, there's also a 7 on this arrow because of weird Sudoku stuff. And if there's also a 7 on this arrow... Oh, no, that doesn't quite tell me anything. It does tell me there's also a 7 on this arrow, though. No, it does not. It does not tell me there's also a 7 on this arrow, because that's the geometry. The weird symmetry and asymmetry in this puzzle is both really cool and also hurts my brain. Uh, let's see. Yeah, so again, got this really funny white dot here. Uh, hmm. Trying to figure out what the right question to ask is here. Probably it involves... I do know there's a 4, 8 in one of these cells, because that 4, 8 has to show up. Well, sorry, because these 3 cells are the same as those 3 cells, and they show up here. So there is a 4, 8 down there, or on this palindrome, for what it's worth. Let's see. Yeah, so if this is 21, let's see. A few people in chat are saying a few things. Let's see. Josh says the box 3 arrow can't sum to 21 due to box 9 and the Renbon. So if this was summing to 21, this would be 6, 7, 8. Yes. And that would break every possible value for this cell. So yeah, so I agree this can't be 21. Let's see. Let's see. Is there anywhere else we could play the same trick? I fear not. So yeah, so this can only be, if it's a 20-something number, it can only be 24. Uh, 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 let's see. Okay. I'm looking through chat and deciding which points I want to try to follow. Uh, so let's see. So I know one of these is from 1, 2. Uh, 4 or 18. So yeah, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 12 or 12, 21 or 18. Uh, should I look at what happens if this is a 1 or a 2, actually? Because if this is a 1 or a 2, it forces that. Is that interesting? Uh, 2, 1. All the combinations look okay to me, actually. The fact that this forces this is interesting, but without sort of bouncing all the way around the grid, I don't see why. I do kind of want to give colors to the things and see if I can get anything out of sort of chasing these colors around the grid. I think this is getting at Jim's point from before. Uh, and unlike my normal coloring, these colors are allowed to overlap. Uh, uh, so uh, so I've just sort of colored here sort of sets of 3 digits, and I'm sort of curious if anything is apparent by looking at this more holistically. I fear the answer is no, but who knows? Because there's like one, I guess we know there's exactly one overlap between orange and blue, for example. Uh, exactly one between blue and green. So sort of we've got sort of exactly one going all the way around the grid. Uh, yeah, I don't know that this did anything. Uh, unfortunately. Uh, very regrettable. I think we know from previous logic that if this is 4, this definitely isn't 8. Is that true? Yeah, if this is 4, yes, if this is 4, that definitely isn't 8. Uh, uh, I'm trying to understand Dorlier's point. Uh, 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 see, Dorlier's point is about this digit. Uh, but I don't really understand it, if I'm honest. Uh, I know it's not 1 or 2. It could be the yellow digit. Yeah, probably would be helpful for me to understand that these two are different. Uh, so what goes wrong if so these two both let me convince myself of this first. These two both are either 5, 6, 7 or 7, 8, 9. They can't be any in between thing. Is that correct? Because this one goes here and this one goes, sorry, no, this one goes here and this one goes here. So they're both either 18 or 24. And so, yeah, so these are an 1824 pair. And so because of the fact that these are the 1, 2. So these are an 1824 pair, which means that these really are all of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which means that this digit can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it can't be 1 or 2 either. And it also can't be 4 because it sees both of those. So actually this digit is a 3. So it is the weirdest naked single ever. Okay, yeah. So the point here is that these two are different digits because these two are different digits. Okay, very nice. So we get a 3 there. Very nice, Jim. And Dorlier seems to have picked up on it. So let us go ahead and get the 3 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that 3 assuredly shows up in one of these 2 cells for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Yeah, that might not be the most appealing Screaming Ice Cube. I'm not sure. Maybe there's someone who would enjoy it. Okay, unfortunately, neither 18 nor 24 wants to use a 3. If the 3 is here, then of course this is a 12. If the 3 is here, then of course this isn't a 12. Of course, that does let me sort of add a 3 in here for whatever that's worth. In one of those places. What am I going to do with that? Let's see. Emily says if this is a 12 arrow, if I chase, it gives us a problem. Could you elaborate? If this is a 12, that's a 3, 4, 5. Makes the box 9 arrow 18, which makes it a 5, 6, 7. Makes that a 5, 6, 7. Makes this a 24, so this would be 7, 8, 9. Oh boy. Let me try and see if I can find a nicer way to get at that. One of these is definitely 24. Can I do something with the fact that one of these is definitely 24? So it's either that 789 or that 789. Quite see what to do with that. Like I suspect that what Emily is saying is connected to the correct observation, but it's a little complicated. So I suspect we can break it into some amount of smaller steps to make it a little more palatable. Yeah, so it does definitely help to note that these are the same digit because they both see the same 1, 2. So if this is 24, so is this. Is that a... is that a problem? In a way that is... it's like all of these three have in common that the only way they can be 20-something is if they're exactly 24. This one has the leverage that it could be 21. But let's see. So those three correspond to those three. Let's see. Jim says if the box 3 pill is 24, then the box 9 pill is 21. Puts 5, 6, 7 there. And then Jim says doesn't think that works. Is there an easy reason that doesn't work? Let's see. Because it doesn't seem obvious to me that that doesn't work. I would prefer not to have to do a look ahead that involves 7 boxes of the Sudoku grid, which I acknowledge that I think what Emily said is probably correct. I just don't want to do a look ahead that goes through every box of the grid, basically. This is 12. It definitely makes that an 8. Makes that a 24. Yeah, that works. That's pretty clean. Because if this is a 12, then that's an 18. Yeah, so because these two are the same, right? So if this is a 12, it does not work. I agree with that, because if this is a 12, it definitely makes that an 8, but also it definitely makes this an 8, and those are both in row 9. So this is never a 12. So this is just never a 2, is the point. Sorry, it's never a 2. So now these 4 8s are actually the same 4 8 as well. Oh, and also Emily points out it eliminates 3 from the arrow, because if this can't sum to 12, it can't be 3, 4, 5. So actually, that's a 3 and that's a 3. And so now there's a 3 over here. And so now, again, if this 3 is here, it makes this a 12. Uh, so I think we have exactly the same options now on this Renbon because this is now either 18 or 24. So all the same stuff we said over there, I think also applies here. So we get get this. Uh, 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 see, Emma says if this is 12, it breaks the box 7 arrow. Uh, 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 yes, these two are the same digits. I think that is true. Yes. Okay, yeah. So if this is an 8, Sayori points out it now breaks. Because if this is an 8, then this is a 24, but that means this is 7, 8, 9. So this is never an 8. So funnily enough, this is always 12 or 21. Uh, so this is not 1 or 2 in particular because of that. So this is always either 3, 4, 5 or 6, 7, 8 for what it's worth. Yeah, the other 1, 2 is in one of these cells. This is ostensibly not 3. Oh yeah, this is odd for the same reason as before. No 6 or 8 there. We've got 3 odds in this row. These are from 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. 4 in row 1 is in box 1, huh? Because this is either 5, 6, 7 or 7, 8, 9. So yeah, so I guess I can fill this in just as saying this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's one more arrow that is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just in hopes of seeing something. So yes, so there is indeed a 4 in one of these two cells because that's the none 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 number that we have not yet seen. So that means the 4 in column 1 is in one of these two cells, just for things. Let's see. This cell is looked at by a 7. That's true. This cell is also looked at by a 7. 3 is in one of these two cells. So your point is 3 isn't in this cell because it's got a 3 looking at its mirror image. So yeah, so one of those two is 3 and one of these two is 3. That's true. This is the other, if you want, this is the other 1, 2, 4, 8. So, so for example, these cells can't be 8 is Sayori's point, because we know that this is the other of 24, so these both can't be 8. Red circle is placed in box 9, that's true. If row 8, column 2 is 3, then row 8, column 4 is also 3. By Sudoku and Palindrome. What? Yes. From box, there we go. Okay, yeah. So I have to look to box 9, right? If this is a 3, that's a 3, and now that's a 3. That doesn't work. So this is never a 3. So that's never a 3. So both of these are 3. And so, yeah, so now this doesn't sum to 12 is the point. So now this is a 21. So because remember, the digits on the arrow are these digits. So this is a 21, 2, 1, 2, 4, 4, 8. We can get rid of those. Oops. So we know where the 8 is on this Renban. So, and we know that these are a 7, 9 pair. We know that this is this is 6, 7, 8. So that 6, 7, 8 actually tells me that's not 7. But this isn't 7 either. That's a 9 and that's a 7 actually. So this is a known digit. It seems to be a 5, if we look at it. These are also 7, 8, 9, so that one's a naked 9, apparently. These are 7, 8. These are 5, 6, 7, so no 8 or 9. So that makes that a naked 4, I believe. These 3 are 7, 8, 9 as well. Oops. So they are not 5, not 6. So those are 7, 8, 9. And that is... Oh, sorry, I don't actually know what that is. I know that these are 6, 7, 8, though. And so that one can only be 6. So that's a 3, and that's a 3. So that's a 7 and an 8, and a 7 and an 8. Over there, that is now a naked single 5, which makes that a 6. No 1s there. No 6s or 8s. Oh, I actually know what this is. There's not a 9 in these. So that is a 5 and a 7, because they summed 18 is why I knew that. No 5 there. Let's see. I know these is a pair now, at least. These are 1 and 6. Yeah, these are 1 and 6, and I actually know the order. And so that's 1 and 6. These are 7, 8, 9, by the way. So this is known. 4, 5, that is a 6, I believe. These are known to be a 1 and a 5. I maybe actually don't know what order they go in. So these are also 1, 5. Let's see. These, do I know what these are? These are 3, sorry, no, these are 4 and 9. And I know what order those go in. So that's a 4 and that's a 9. So that's a 9 and that's a 4. This digit is just a write-in. It's a 5. So that does my 1, 5, 5, 1 over there. These are a 2, 4 pair. These are a 2, 9 pair, and I know the order by the palindrome. So now we can write in these digits. So that is a 1 and a 4, 8 going in there. We can write in these digits and these digits as well, I think. Yeah, so that's a 4, that's a 5. No 5 there. Those are a 2, 6. Those are a 1, 2. So now I think we can just write in all of these. So this number is at least 6. So this number certainly isn't a 1, 2, or 4. So we've got that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9, and that actually gives us a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row. So that gives me that is a 2 and a 4 and a 6 and a 2. And now this is a naked 1 owing to that. So that's a 2 and a 1. Sayori points out that in the quadruple, the 6 is actually on the dot, which is very, very helpful. So these are 6, 7, which makes that a 9 and an 8. Coming over there. So those aren't 2. That 6, 7 pair has made that an 8, actually, which has bounced over and made that a 7 and an 8, made that a 9 and a 7. 4 and 8, 3 and 2, 9 and 5 and 4. That 6, 7 pair has made that a 5, a 6, a 7, and an 8. 6 and a 7, 6 and a 7. There's some really interesting geometry here. I really like the use of the symmetry, asymmetry stuff going on in this puzzle. I feel like we probably missed a more elegant way to sort of handle this. I think our sort of slow pencil marking of these two as being the same and this as being the other one, I think that was probably the point. If we'd have done that sort of coloring earlier, I think that probably would have made the middle smooth out a bit, because I think that was ultimately the point. But I think we got a little bogged down in the middle. The other parts are super cool, and I think probably there was a nicer way, because ultimately we did sort of come up with a nice explanation for everything. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with more puzzlage. Right, welcome back. Next up, we have Hot and Cold by Bellamy. This was recommended by Daniel Silverstone, one of our turbines. So that is always exciting. We have a pretty cool looking rule set here. We have a thermo. It's a pretty long thermo, longer than the average thermo, I have to say. And digits separated by a black dot have a 1-to-2 ratio, so usual black dot stuff. When a 9 is on a thermo, digits instead reduce along the thermo until the next 1. And then when a 1 is placed on the thermo, digits must instead increase along the thermo until the next 9. Okay, so that's interesting. So first of all, any string of 3 black dots we always know is from 1, 2, 4, 8. And it definitely has a 2 and a 4 on it. There's no universe in which this is a 1. By the way, this one's never a 1 or an 8, just by black dot stuff. There's no way this can possibly be a 1. That's not possible because of the thermo rules. Actually, sorry, no, I could do 9, 1. Oh, sorry, no, I cannot do 9, 1 because I can't put a 9 on a black dot. So I stand by my statement. There's no way to make this a 1. Which means there's no way to make this a 4. Hey, AFK, how are you doing? Also, that makes this a 3, 6, actually, right? Yeah, this has to be 3, 6 now because I don't have room to do anything else. And so this needs to be bigger than a 3, 6, so it can't actually be a 2 either. And so that ruins the ways for this to be 8, right? Because the only way for this to be 8 would make that a 2. Now, I'm definitely going to need a 9 in here, right? Because I am going to run into problems. I think. Hey, Tallcat, how are you doing? I do know one of these is the other 1, 8, and the other is a 3, 6. By the way, just for the record. And so these are from 3, 6, 2, 4. Should I think about this? If this string, is it at all possible that this works if this string of digits doesn't have a 1 in it? I guess is a good question to ask. Because then it would be 3, 6, and 4, 8. And I can't put those in a increasing or decreasing order, right? Because 3, 6, and 4, 8 would break. Because of this, right? 3, 6, 4, 8 would have to go in the order 3, 4, 6, 8, which is distinctly not the order that it would go in. So I think there needs to be a 1 here, is I think the point, which means that there's not an 8. But also I think means that this is a 2. Do we agree with that doesn't work with without a 1, because there's no 9 in it either. So we'd need to put stuff crisscross to each other, and that's not how black dots work. So I think we get that this is a 2, and we get to bring out Zach. Ba-doop-ba-doop, dooka, 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 ba-doop-ba-doop, dooka, 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 ba-doop-ba-doop, doo-hoo, ba-da-ba, waha, ba-da-ba, wee-hee, ba-da-ba, wahoo, Thank you, Zach. So we get a 4 and an 8. Okay, so we definitely need to have a 9 immediately after the 8, because we have no choices in the matter for how we're going to handle our increasing. So now we're decreasing from the 9. Unless this is a 1, then we can go from 9 to 1 and then go for 6, and it'll probably be okay. But I think I need a 1 next to the 2 either way. Because I'm either increasing to the 2 or decreasing from the 2. So I definitely need a 1 in one of these cells, I think is the point. There's no 4 over here, by the way. So this could be 1, 4, 3. That's one option, but it can't be 1, 4, 3 because the 1 has to be up here. So we're decreasing now through this whole area. So if we're decreasing through this whole area, that now means that this is a 3, and that is a 6. So we have that, as I think AFK has seen for the whole time, but I could never quite see it. What are these digits? A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a 7. That one's never a 1. So now keep in mind we're decreasing through here until we get to the next 1. So this can't really be a 5 or a 7. It can only be a 1. Like that. Okay. This hurts my brain, I admit. Okay, so now we're increasing again. So this needs to be at least 6. But the only thing it can possibly be is 8, right? Because we've used the 6 in the box, and we've used the 9 and the 5 and the 7 in the column. So I think this is only ever an 8. And following an 8, we must be at 9. There is no way around that. Okay, and so now we're decreasing from the 9. So we've got these digits. These are just a triple, actually. So we can maybe do some damage with these. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's too many digits. What did I do? Oh, there's a 2 over here. Sorry. There's a 2 over here. That's what I did. Okay. So these need to decrease. Is the point. And so this is decreasing until the 1. So in particular, there's no way this is a 3. Because it's decreasing until the 1, and so I can't go 3, 6. So that's not a 3, and that's not a 6. And in fact, actually, I can't even decrease to a 6. Because that won't work, because I will definitely have a number that's less than 6 in these two cells. So in fact, that's a 1 and a 2. And now these have to increase, so that's a 3 and a 6. And so therefore that's the 7. And now once we have that, now we're decreasing here 5, 4. Recall. So we get all of that, and we're now still increasing, so this is an 8 or a 9. However, if this was an 8, that would have to still increase and be a 9, but we already have a 9 in the column, so actually that is the 9. I think I can probably mark this box. This is definitely not a 5 or a 7 for what it's worth. Okay, so we're decreasing. We're certainly decreasing here down to this number. Oh, I don't know why. I actually can't have 7s or 5s in any of these cells because there's a triple. Or a pair down there is what I actually saw. So I removed 5 and 7 because it was on a black dot, but that was not the easiest of the deductions that I could have made. Okay, so we've got that for whatever that is worth. Now it's not super clear to me what to do. So this is definitely... So yeah, so if this is the one, I force this to be a monotonic sequence. Uh, which does not work because I will definitely have a number in these. So yeah, if this is a 1, then this would have to go 4, 6, and these would have to be double 5, and that doesn't work. So this certainly can't be the 1, which means I decrease from here to here, which means that can't be the 3. Right, yeah, I decrease from here to here, so this can't be the 3. Uh, okay, let's see. A few people in chat say this can't be the 1 either, because I'd have to decrease all the way to it. But I can't... Oh, this would be the 3. I have to go 3, 1. It would have to go... but we'd need the 7 and the 5 would need to have 2 different things in them. Right. So the point is, if this is a 1, this would have to go 7, 5, 3, but now the 7 and the 5 need to have 2 digits between them, and I can't make both of these 6 because of the way that these are close together. This is now a 2, 3, or 8, just for the record. I suppose that's not the most useful. Okay, and so now... So we decrease to the 1, and now from the 1 we increase. So this can't be a 7 because that wouldn't be able to be bigger. But now we're still increasing to this, so that can't actually be a 7 either. So in fact, that's a 7. And so we increase to this number. And in fact, this number has to be bigger than this number still. So this is at least a 6, and it's on a black dot. So this can only actually be a 6 or 8 if you look at this, because it's bigger than 4. So that makes this a 3 or a 4 for sure. Oh. How did I not see this? I don't know. But chat has pointed out that I can figure out how to make the 3 and the 5 go in increasing order. And if I know how to make the 3 and the 5 go in increasing order, then I know how to make this go as well. So that becomes 6, 8, 4. That becomes a 4. Makes that a 2, and an 8. Okay, the 8's always followed by a 9 when we're increasing. And so now... Unless this is a 1, we're decreasing this whole way. But we're certainly decreasing here because 2 is less than 4, so that needs to be a 1. So we actually do know we're decreasing this whole time, so we can pencil mark this box. So this needs to be decreasing. So that's certainly never the 3, so that is the 3, which makes that the 7, and then the 6 and the 5. Go in. So we've got all of that. Okay. We can probably pencil mark this whole box. We're currently increasing, so this can't be a 1 or a 2. Sort of running into here, we're increasing. Let's see. Yeah, we need to increase to the 9 somewhere. There's no 1 in here. Let's see. Could the 9 possibly go as late as here? I don't think the 9 can possibly go as late as here, can it? If the 9 went there, we would have to go... these would have to all be increasing, and they can't because the minimum this would be 4, 8, and that doesn't work. So I guess that's actually the way to think about it, is the absolute minimum of these is 4, 8, which would require a 9 there. So if the 9 isn't here, it's here. So there is a 9 in one of those, so neither of those is a 9. now, so this is a 9, then we'd certainly go 985, I guess. I mean, I guess we could go 981 and then put the numbers in order after that. It's probably okay. Let's see. Hey, Glob Glob. This being an 8 never works because remember 8 is always next to a 9. Because you either have to be decreasing to the 8. Well, in one direction or another, you're decreasing to the 8, right? You can't put an 8 and just say like, oh, I'm decreasing now, because you're only decreasing after a 9. So this is just never an 8. This is just always the 5. So we get that. And the 8, remember, has to be next to a 9, so it's not there either. So we get that. And now, actually, we know that this number is smaller than the 5. So just by force. So this number is smaller than the 5. So this number needs to be bigger than the 5. So it's not 3. And we're still increasing in this direction. So in fact, those have to go 6 and then 7. And so now this number needs to be bigger. So it can only be a 9. And now this number can't be next to a 9 anymore, so it can't be an 8. So that's a 4. And now this number is bigger, so it has to be the 8. And now we have these. So the 5 and then the 1, 2, and 3 in some order. So we could go 5, 1, 2, 3. Or 5. Oh, no, we can't. This can't be a 2, because if this is a 2, then that would be a 3, and we'd go 5, 2, 3, and that's the wrong order. So this is never a 1. Sorry, this is never a 2. It is a 1, which makes these a 2 and a 3 in that order. I said those words in a weird order, but it worked out. Okay, so this is now a naked 7. So that is a 5 and a 7. It's certainly very clear where to look in this puzzle at all points. So let's see. So this is just a 2 while we're filling in things. So these are an 8-9 pair. So a 7 followed by an 8-9 could go actually either order, funnily enough. We could go 7-9-8 or 7-8-9. Let's see. If that's the 1, then we would go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would all be okay. Oh, I just can't have a 1 here because I'm still increasing, right? The only way I reset is with a 9. Right, sorry. I was thinking that putting a 1 here would let me reverse the direction, but that's not how it works. I can only reverse the direction given that I'm increasing here, I can only reverse the direction with a 9. So that has to be the 6 and the 5 and the 1. And now, again, yeah, I could go 9-8 or 8-9. That would be okay. And so I suppose I should mark the rest of this appropriately. There were a good number of options there. Yeah, so we can mark the dot as well. So there is no 7 there. There is no 9 there. In fact, this is next to a 4, 6. So it's not itself a 6. I don't know why I marked this cell, by the way. It's either a 3, and it's not a 4 either. It's either a 3 or an 8. So we've got that combo there. Okay. Let's see. Right, one of these is a 6. That is a good point. And there's always a 9. The question is, are there 2 9s? Because if this is a 9, then that's another 9. Oh, that doesn't work. Right. This can't be a 9 anymore. Right. That's the point. Because if this is a 9, then I need a 1 before I can have a 9 again. And there's not a 1 in here. Right. So there can't be 2 9s. So that has to be 8 and that has to be 9 is the point. And so now we're decreasing. And so that can't be a 3 anymore. And that can't be a 3 either, actually. Right? Yeah, because that we can't decrease from 3 there. So we actually have to decrease this whole way, actually, if you look at it. And so given that we're decreasing this whole way, that actually has to be a 3, because there's no way I stay high enough to make this an 8 or to decrease to an 8. So we decrease from there to a 1 or a 2. And so given that this can't be a 4 either because of that. So yeah, 8, 6, 4 is actually the best I can do. So that's always a 4. So then I don't have to think about this. Okay, so then that is an 8 and a 6. And now we can pencil mark the rest of the grid. 9, 8, 5, 2, 8, 6, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 9, 2, 1, 4, 7, 5, 7, and 9. Very nice. I like this idea, and certainly the solve path could not have been more clear. Oh yeah, Josh has an idea that your thermos increase in one region of the of a yin yang and decrease in the other. That's a very cool idea. I'd like to see that. It would be quite fun. But yeah, very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle. hello again. Welcome to a Maze Gator puzzle. I think Maze Gator is a newer setter, so I think this is my first Maze Gator puzzle. But it is a Nurikabi hybrid, so that is always a good way to get my attention. With a very weird rule set, I will say. So we need to shade some cells. Blue representing water. Nurikabi, by the way, is the one that people usually, well, one of the ones that people usually describe using water and land. So we've got blue water, we'll have green land. All water cells need to be orthogonally connected, and water can't cover 2x2 areas. The remaining cells are islands. Digits can't repeat on an island, so the islands are like little killer cages. Each island contains exactly one numbered clue. So these are the clues, and I believe that the numbered clues are all on islands. And it gives the product of the sum of the digits on the island and the size. So, for example, if the digits are 3, 4, and 6, then the clue is 39, because it is 3 times that. A cell with arrows may be land or water, and the digit gives the total number of island cells in the indicated directions combined, not including itself. So not all arrows are given. Okay. So first things first, in Nurikabi, you have to separate your islands. So, for example, we absolutely can't put land in any of these cells, because if we do, then we'll merge the islands, and we don't want that to happen. This island, wherever it is, it definitely grows. I can't have a one. If I made this a one-cell island, the digit would need to be a 45. And so whichever one it grows to, it makes this always water, because both of these, if I put land there, would touch that. Water connects to water, so that definitely needs to get out as well. Yeah, I agree. This, in fact, can't even only be 2 cells. In fact, what's the minimum number of cells this could be? Well, it can't be, yeah, so 3 cells would be fine. But I can definitely go there. Oh, this is water because it's between 2 clues. Yeah, the 12 also cannot be a single digit 12. And so now once the 12 is grown, that's now water. And then remember, water always connects. The 85 and the 34 also aren't one cell clues, so we can do that. These two need to add to 6, so they're 1, 5, or 2, 4. 85 I cannot do in 2 because 85 isn't even, or for other reasons, if you prefer. So these are definitely green. So we've got that. Yeah, what is the prime factorization of 85? Obviously, it's got a 5 in it. It doesn't have a 3 in it. That's 5 times 17, so it needs to be 5 cells. There's no way this is anything but exactly 5 cells. Right, there's no 2x2s of water. So this is land, which means this is water. This grows, because I can't have a 1-cell 30. I can't have a 2-cell 40 either. And 3 cells doesn't work because 3 doesn't divide 40. So that grows. Yeah, I guess the 40 could be 5 cells as well. I don't actually know for sure, but it's not 6. Oh, 34 is 17 times 2. That's very helpful. So, and it can't be 17 cells. So these both need to be water, and this needs to be an 8-9 pair. So very smart kludge there. Oh, if it was 5, it would be a problem, because if it's 5, then I would need a 5-cell sum to 8. So that definitely doesn't work, because actually, if you think about the minimum of this is 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4. So that does not work. And that's going to give us our first digit, because this cell sees the entire 1, 2, 3, 4 island. And so this digit can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. It must be a 5. And so we get to do our 5 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That makes that a 1, which of course makes neither of those a 1. Makes one of those a 1. This water needs to escape. I see someone pointing out in chat. That is very true. Okay, so, well, this can't be a 5. Oh, it can't be a 5, so it's a 6, because arrows don't count themselves. So this is always a 6. And this needs to be at least the 6, so this is a 7, 8, or 9 for sure. Let's see. Okay, there's a 1 over here somewhere. It's certainly not there. So the 1 is in one of these 2 cells just by Sudoku. People are talking about an 85 island. Oh, here's the 85 island, right. So this is an 85 island. Oh, right, I could figure out what the 6 cell was, right? Because I said, like, I know this is a 6, and so I know 6 of these cells are green. I wonder which one it is. So that one's definitely green. And now this one, oh, sorry, I don't need there to be an extra one here. I just need there to be one up there. So yeah, so that we can do. I guess I know that this is a 1, 2, or 3. I might as well mark for myself, and this is a 1, 2, or 3 as well. It didn't seem like that kind of puzzle. This is only a 1 or a 2, actually, if you look at it, because of that. Yeah, so this can't be larger than 5 cells. And it can't be 4 cells either, because 85 is not divisible by 4. But if it's larger than 5, then I would have a minimum of 21 times 6. And 21 times 6 is too big. So this does need to be 5 cells summing to 17. And if 5 cells sum to 17, one of them definitely has to be a 1. And so it's got to be that one. So that actually is going to give me a 1 up here to make that math work out. Because if you try and make 5 cells sum to 17 without a 1, your minimum is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that, in fact, sums to 20. So that needs to be the 1. That's a 2. So that's an island. And remember, every island needs a clue. So this needs to grow. The water needs to escape. The land still needs to escape. Like that. And now we know what the sum is, assuredly, because it can't be, let's see, what is it exactly? Okay, so what are the options for, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 7. That's what it's going to be, because the other option is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. So this is 2, 3, 4, 7. Okay, so this is not a 7. But in fact, actually, as chat has noted, it is now a 9 exactly, which makes all of this blue, which is handy. And this is the last digit in the row, which is an 8, I believe. So we've got that. Let's see. Ah, very nice. This 1 is placed there by Sudoku, Sayori points out. Very good. So we've got that. So by 150 island grows by at least 1. Can the 150 island... Could it be 6 cells? I think so, but it can't be 7 cells, I don't believe. Whichever of these 2 cells it takes, though, it's... Because remember, this is a 1. Whichever one of these is green, it's going to make this cell definitely blue, because my 48 is there. Yeah, I meant it can't be 7 or more, is what I was saying. So the 48 can't be only 2 cells because the maximum there is 34, so it could take that one, but it always takes that one. Like that. Oh, right. Yeah, now that's at threat of joining. Good spot. So this would only work as 3 cells if it was 7, 8, 9. So that would have to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. By Sutter logic seems likely. This water needs to escape. That's true. Oh, 3 cells with 7, 8, 9. Sorry, 3 cells with 7, 8, 9 would be 72. That is correct. That is too many. Yes, if you somehow did 7, 8, 9 with an S cell in there, that would make 48. 8 in box 9 is here. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. 30's got a little bit of flexibility. 6 in row 7. Yeah, the 6 in row 7. Very good. 6 in row 7 is there. That's huge, actually. The 6 in row 7 is huge because it means this 30 isn't 2 cells because it would have to be a 2-cell 15 sum, and it can't be anymore. That's slick. That is super slick setting. So that means this grows here. And it can't have a 4th cell because 4th cell would make it a minimum of 40. So this is a 3-cell 10 sum without a 1. So this is a 2, 3, 5. Okay. Instant heart for Maze Gator for using the fact that a 3-cell 10 sum without a 1 is a 2, 3, 5. That's like one of my favorite facts. As people who've done many of my puzzles know, it shows up all the time. So these are just a 6, 7, 8, 9 razzmatazz. So this is now a triple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 4, 7, and 9. So that means that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are 3, 5, 6. So those aren't 3, and that is. Like that. This one's not 4. Not 4 because it's got the 1, 4 looking down at it. If this isn't water, the water gets disconnected. Everyone points out. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. Oh, no 2x2s. Right. No 2x2s. Right. And so the 45 can't grow to here. Thank you for reminding me of the no 2x2 rule. I don't know why my brain is not believing in the no 2x2 rule today. So this can't be green because 45 is not a multiple of 4. So this is a 3-cell 15 sum without a 1 and without both 2 and 3, although you can't use both 2 and 3 in a 3-cell 15 sum anyway. I suspect it might be useful to wait until this number is filled in before spending too much time on this. This 48, can this be a 3-cell? So 3-cell would need to be 16. 16 seems very possible. As far as I'm able to determine it. Is 267 the minimum for digits that I can possibly put in here? Because if I just write in all the digits, these can't be 5 or 1 or 4, and I can't use both 2 and 3. So in fact, 267 is the minimum, you're right. And 267 is 15. So yeah, so these have to be 267. Okay, very good observation to those of you who were tracking that. Nicholas was one of them, and Screaming Ice Cube was another. No 8, no 9. That 6, 7, 9 actually means that's a 4, and that's a 7. This certainly isn't a 2, because it's already at 4. This is now a 3 and a 2. Over there, yeah, these are a 4, 5, and a 7. For what it is worth. Okay, and then these are all something as well. That's the wrong mode. These are not 2, 3, or 5. So these are not 9 or 7 or 6. They are 3, 5, and 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is currently at 6. It can't possibly get to 9. Because at most 2 more will be done. Okay, well, this certainly can't be 1. Can it possibly be 9? That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it can't be 9. So it is a 4, which is actually quite big because it means that those are water over there. So we get a 1 thing. No 2 by 2 makes this land. Okay, so now this needs to connect to a clue. It can only connect that way. And we said 6 was the maximum size that this could possibly be. So all of this is water. That's land by the no 2 by 2 rule. And that's land by the no 2 by 2 rule. Let's see. Isaiah wants a multi-grid setting stream. I try and keep it so that it's mostly stuff I can set in one stream, and I definitely can't set a multi-grid puzzle in one stream. I'm not saying I'll never do it, but it's much less like I have to feel that I know enough about what I'm going to do it in one stream. Like even the one I did yesterday, I set kind of from scratch, but only because I'd spent many days on the puzzle already. Like I'd been working on the puzzle for months. So like that sort of helps. Yes, these 4 digits sum to 12. That is a good point. So there's a 1 in them for sure. And they're either 1, 2, 3, 6 or 1, 2, 4, 5, right? For what it is worth. I mean, I would never expect to set a puzzle with multiple grids in less than 4 hours. Like the 2 6-grid puzzle, the 2 multi-grid puzzles I have, I guess Cat's Cradle, I think certainly wasn't that short, but it wasn't that much longer. Cat's Cradle is a multi-grid puzzle that wasn't that long to set, but vignettes and elements of Sudoku were among the longer. Let's see, I can count this. I'm told 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one is a 7. I agree. What's 150 divided by 6? Oh, this one can't be 3 anymore. It just is 1. So that's a 1. So that's a 4 and a 1. Okay. 25. I am told I need to make these sum to 25. I know one of these is 8 by Weirdo Sudoku. Okay, so yeah, I guess the question is, what are the outies of this? So the sum is 25. So the outies are 20. Ugh. Uh, uh, Someday I'll do a sequel to Elements of Sudoku, but it's not going to be immediate. Let's see. This can only be a 2, 3, or 4 for what it's worth. Well, it can't be a 2 because of the fact that I need to make this 12 cage work, and the 12 cage definitely has a 2. So this is a 3 or a 4. So there's a weird virtual 3-4 pair in this box between that and that. Let's see. I don't know why I'm obsessed with making this 12 cage work, but somehow that is my my current fixation. Let's see. Yeah, 4, 5, 7's definitely over here as well. Oh, okay. These 4 cells sum to 14 without a 1. Emma has done the math for me. So 14 without a 1 is 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5. And the 2 in the 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. No, 16? Uh-oh. Darn it, it's 16? Well, that's less exciting. I liked it when it was 14 better. Because we can't do anything with 16. I think I could probably prove this isn't a 7. Oh, there does still need to be a 2, because if these were 3, 4, 5, 6, that's still 18. So we can still place the 2. There still is a 2 there for sure. Oh, we need a 3. If I don't use a 3 now in here, I'll be a minimum of... Okay, so I guess I can now say those sum to 11. So these 3 sum to 14. If I don't use a 3, then I'll be a minimum of 4, 5, 6. That is too big. So yeah, so I do need a 3 in one of those cells. So we have that. Let's see. 30 cage can't be 4 cells, so it has to be 3 cells. 4 cells would be too big. Oh. if this is a 4, it makes both of those land, and that isolates the water. That's okay. That's a good point. So this is a 3. So a 3. That's not a 3. So this is 1, 2, 3, 6. So sorry, not 2, 3, 6. Why did I do the exact opposite of the one I wanted? 2, 4, 5. Not 2, not 4. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Those aren't 7. That's not 8. Okay, and I know that one of these two is green. I guess if this is green... Actually, if that's green, it just doesn't work, right? There's no way this cell is green. If this cell is green, I can't connect it to here, or that would disconnect the water. And I can't connect it to a 24 or a 30. It'll be too big. So I think that's just never land, which means that the one that this sees is actually there. These have to be separated. I know that this is a 3. These have to be separated. Uh-oh, I disconnected the land anyway. How did I screw this up? Oh, it's because the 30 can be a 2. Sorry. The 30 can be a 2. Yes, the 30 can be 15 times 2, which is good because otherwise I'd have broken the puzzle. So yes, so because of the fact that I definitely need the water to connect around here. So this is 7, 8 because it doesn't have a 6 in it. So there's no 7 down here. Question mark needed to grow. Question mark didn't need to grow, glob glob, but this one needed a cell. That was the thing, because it wasn't seeing one. That was the thing that actually needed to happen, and it was just a question of it couldn't be that one. Okay. So now this 3, yeah, this has it. So yeah, so these digits, oh, this is countable. That would be handy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So one of these is in, meaning that this can only be a 6, because I can't put both of these in. And in order to get that to 7, I would need to put all of these in, but that would connect 2 islands. So this is a 6. Let's see. And funnily enough, this can't grow here. It breaks the 20. Oh, no, crap. The 24 could be 3 cells and be that 3 cells. I guess there's no way the 24 is 2 cells, actually. There's just no way it can be... it can't be a 111 and it can't be 93 because nothing can be a 3. It in fact can't take 1 and 9 because it can't be 3 cells. So because we've decided it's 3 cells, but 3 cells with a 1 and 9 would already sum to too much. So in fact, that's water, that's land, that's water, and that's land. Okay, and these 3 need to sum to 8 without a 3. So they need to be 1, 2, 5. So that is a 9. That 2, 5 looks down and makes that a 6. Which is helpful. This is now a naked single because it's got, or not quite a naked single. Oh, this is a naked single. Okay, it is going to be a naked single because this now has a 7, 8, 9 triple. In fact, it's got a 7 and an 8, 9 triple looking down at it. So this is a naked 1. I think this is a naked 1. There. Let's see. The 8 in box 5 now is in one of those two cells, so that's the 8. I agree with that. This is a 6-9 pair, actually. So so these are, I guess those are still have a few options. We might eventually have to do this killer math thing, but it's frankly so disgusting. I've been putting it off, even though chat has been really excited about it for some hours now. This 2-5, or sorry, no, this 2-5 does not look down. Okay, fine. We can do the math. So we've got a 1, 2, a 3, and an 8. Those sum to 14. We're going for 25, so we need a 2-cell sum to 11. It has to be 4, 7 or 5, 6. I guess is the point, but there's no place to put a 6, so it's 4, 7. So these are 3, 4, 7. Disgusting. So 3, 4, 7, 5, 4. 5, 2, 4, 3, 7, 5, 2, 3, 5, 2. Okay, so we have these. We can write in. So that is a 6 and a 5 and a 9 and a 7. 6, 8, 6, 9, 9, 8. We can color in all of these. I do agree this is a very cool rule set. I have quite enjoyed this puzzle. Even if I was unable to avoid doing this horrendous mess. 7, 3, 9, 4, 2, 7, 5, 3, 8, 2, 5, 2, 6, 5. Very nice. Definite heart for that one. Very cool puzzle. I do enjoy. I do tend to enjoy Nurikabe hybrids. Alrighty. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll come back and I'll do another puzzle of some description. I don't know exactly what yet, but I'll be back in a moment. All right, welcome back to some complete insanity. So this is a Playmaker pencil puzzle. So this is not a Sudoku of any kind. We are only putting the letters A, B, and C in here. Uh, uh, oh, Maze Gator's in the chat. Hey, yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, great job, especially because I know that was one of your first puzzles. So that was really cool. Really well done. Especially for an early puzzle, but even not including the fact that it was an early puzzle, I think it was very well done. Uh, uh, and okay, sorry, so I should make C green, and like make these light gray and dark gray or something like that. Uh, so here we have to fill in the grid with the letters A, B, and C. And so C is for cave, although I always feel like I have a disagreement with the people who wrote the cave rules about which part of the cave is the cave. But anyway, the letter C is cave cells, so all the C's form a single orthogonally connected area. And each orthogonally connected area of cells not containing the letter C will connect to the border. So I have made these two. So you're supposed to think of this as like the floor, and these two as the walls, but we can sort of mix up the walls however we like. And so we're going to color everything in the grid either light gray, dark gray, or green. Oh, I didn't notice the title. Oh, the title is amazing. A beautiful cave. That is very cute. Okay, so the number of clues correspond to how many blocks of the same letter there are within that row or column. No two orthogonally adjacent such blocks will contain the same letter as each other. So this is like a J sums, except it's a J sums with where the letters are and sometimes numbers are given for that. I guess conceptually, my problem is that when I hear cave, when someone says picture a cave, I don't picture the empty space. I picture the walls of the cave. But then I also agree that maybe that's a little bit weird. Anyway, I really, the thing I just want is to always call things wall and floor rather than calling things cave and not cave, I guess is the thing that is really my beef. Because otherwise it's confusing and I end up sort of flip-flopping them. But if as long as I call them floor and wall, then I'm happy. Okay, the clues go from left to right, top to bottom. A clue indicates the letter that has to be filled into its respective block, and the length of the block is non-zero, but the actual length is unknown. A number clue indicates the length of the block. A question mark implies that there is a block, but it's an unknown letter and an unknown length. Okay, so that is what we have. So I know the bottom block of this column is 1 long. Sorry, I need to be doing stuff on the edge. So this is 7 by 7, so I don't quite know what to do here, but I do know this bottom thing here is 1 long, so whatever color it is. The second thing in is B, so I guess I know that these are each not B. So I could color this as a non-B color. So this is light gray or green. Let's see. And this is a non-A color, so this is dark gray or green. this is a none A color, so this is dark gray or green. Oh, this is a 1, so we get that. And this is a 2. I don't know how I missed that. So we've got that there as well. Let's see. Yeah, light gray is A, dark gray is B, and green is C. That my coloring here is just sort of a key to what color is what. Okay. Oh, I was using, sorry, I realize now. Okay, you're right. Sorry. I was supposed to use black, not, so, right. This is much better. There we go. Right. I had originally said I don't want to use the light gray. It'll be hard to see, but there's no reason I can't use black. But yeah, you're right. I screwed up the coloring there. Okay, so we know that's a 1. So we have space for 2 2s and 4 1s. No, 2 2s and 3 1s? 2 2s and 3 1s, sorry. So this 2 is definitely going to take up so I'm not 100% sure I believe that. Maybe I don't actually believe that we actually have narrowed down one of the cells that's in the 2. I don't think that's true. Let's see. Okay, so we got that. Got that. Okay, I know there's 5 things in here. You realize this is a 7 by 7, right? Let's see. Oh, there's 2 degrees of freedom, but one of the degrees of freedom is consumed by the 2, which is why a cell is forced. Okay. I see why the location of the 2 is forced. Row 4 has a markable 1? Does it? Let's see. Row 9, column 2 is A. Then the row 3 C is broken. Let's see. Right. One of the question marks is 2 cells. But whichever question mark is 2 cells, it's either that one or that one. This is never 2 cells, is M. Nasty's point. Further helped by Emma. So this is always its own. This is always its own cell here. So this is always part of that too. Let me try and mark some of these things. I don't know if this is going to be at all useful. This 2, it's either 1 1 2 or 1 or 2 1 1 2 2. So this is always part of it. That too we've, of course, marked. Yeah, this definitely can't be C, I agree, because it is next to that C. So this is a non-C color. So this is one of the, oops, this is gray-black, for sure. Okay, and so the question is, where's the C going in this column? And so the C has to be below the, I mean, there could be a C at the beginning, but the C in this column is then interesting because that's not part of the C. It's almost assuredly part of the B, but maybe not. Yeah, this could be light gray, dark gray, C, 1, 1, would be an option, unfortunately. Let's see. It occurs to me that I actually can, just to help me visualize this, I can actually color in the clues as we fill them. So those are B's. This is a C. Let's see. So, like, I know, for example, as this is next to an A, I know that these are each green or black, for example. And as these are next to a B, I know that these are each gray or green. These are, sorry, those are black or green. Oh, right. This has a color because of that. Right. This colored that. Okay, yeah. So that kind of thing is very helpful. Okay, so thank you, Emma. Yeah, and this one is not black. So this one is light gray or green. Light gray or green. And then this one is definitely not green. So this is black or gray. These two are each black or green. These two are each one of the grays. These are each gray or green. So we've got all of that, I think. Okay. I'm just trying to understand this point here still. Uh, uh, if this is light gray, then that is broken because something. Because I couldn't fit this C in here somehow. Oh, right. I actually know that this is black or green if I copy it, and these two are assuredly different. And so that means this is also black or green, just for what it's worth, because at least the first two clues in this column are black or green. These are a pair, for what it's worth. That is good. So that means that this is definitely black or green. That's true. Just to try and keep track of the nonsense that is happening here. Uh, so so if I put a light gray here, it eats too many degrees of freedom because the C clue needs to go below it. Right, and the C clue needs to go at least 2 below it, right? Because so this can't be light gray is the point, because if this is light gray, the question is now where is the C going? I can't have put it earlier than here, but this can't be green. And it can't go here either because it would be below a gray and it's actually below a black, so the C would go earliest there, and that doesn't work. So this is not light gray. This is dark gray or green. Uh, uh, And so remember, this is part of a 2 clue. So this is dark gray. Not that, sorry. This is dark gray or green. Sorry, that's not the dark gray. You're right. Sorry. Wrong colors. Dark gray or green. Yeah, black or green is what I should have said. Yep. I should just say gray, black, and green. Right, and this is the same color, which I tried to do and then I undid it. So this being gray does a lot of damage in column 1. Or does this being not gray do more damage in column 1? Oh, yeah, there's a circle here. That's the question. Where's the circle? So this 2, if I look at it, it's above either one thing or 2 things. So that cell is always part of the 2. So this is always black or gray. And so now if I don't make this gray, then I have to make my A here, and then I've got a ton of stuff below it. So that doesn't work. So this, in fact, this is gray. And if that's gray, then I know I get borders here and here and here, actually. And also, because this is now gray, now this is black. Like that. And below the gray is the 2. So actually the 2 now is there. And then so below it's actually a 2 as well. So this is now gray or green because this is the last clue of the column. So these are the last 2 clues. That's the A, that's those. And we've got all of that. I can get rid of this because this is now handled. The bottom of this I can just go ahead and say is gray or green. Well, this could just be black, AFK. Black is fine, I think, for this cell. Oh no, if this is black, that's green, and the point is... No, I could do black, green, green, green. I think that would be okay. I don't think so. Oh, this can't go black, green? Right. The second thing here is gray. Right. Okay, so that's interesting. So the point is, if this is black, this is green, and if this is green, this is green. Okay. It makes sense now. So if this is black, by row one's clue, this thing uh can't be uh can't be gray. Sorry. Wait, no. If this is black, this is gray. Sorry, if this is black, this is gray. Sorry, I think I had this backwards. Uh uh so if this is green, both of these are green. Is the point. Sorry, that's backwards of what I thought it was. Uh uh yeah, if this is black and gray, then this is green and all of those are green, and that's a lot of green. Oh, that doesn't actually work. I have to go through a lot of clues to get there, though. So if this is black, it breaks through the following sequence. If this is black, then this is gray because of this clue. And now this is green because these two are different. So now this green has to get out, but now that breaks this. So this can't be black. Is the point. I have no experience with this genre, so I have no idea if that's something I should be able to easily visualize, but I definitely can't easily visualize it. But anyway, so, but black gray there does break through making this cell green, which is not a cell that's allowed to be green if that's gray. So that's not black, it's green. So that's black, and remember, this is a cave puzzle, so the green gets out. All the greens are connected, is one of the rules. So are you implying that this would be easier to visualize with letters? If so, do you have synesthesia? Because I can't imagine doing this without synesthesia if I was doing this with letters. Green, black. Here, because of the fact that this is definitely either part of that green or part of that black. I need a gray before this 2 in this row. Because if I make this green now, that's going to be a huge problem, because now I'm going to have a 3 and then I'm going to have 4 1s. So I cannot possibly make this anything but gray, which then does force this to be green, and that to be green because of the cave rule. So we can draw in that stuff. We can also draw in this. We can green, black this cell and red circle it. And then we can draw a black and a black in there. And so now this, by the transitive property, is green or gray. If this is green, that's green, because I have to avoid checkerboards for what it is worth. Yes. Where is the column 3's 2 clue? So it's either there. So yeah. So it's either, this is either 1 or 2. No, sorry. Column 3's 2 clue. Oh, this just literally is column 2 clue. Sorry. I'm just, Sorry, I thought it was like a nonogram thing, but no, it just is green. So this is not connecting, just for the record. No, all the none greens connect. So this doesn't. This has already reached the boundary, is by my understanding of the rules. That, by the way, that's sorry, that's not that gray. It's that gray. Oops, not that gray either. It's that gray. Uh, uh, oh, sorry, I did that wrong. I should try and copy things correctly. This is now sorry, this is now black and then green, just for the record, and this is now green. This is now green, and this is now black, is I think what AFK is telling me. Okay. Yeah, so if there's any green over here, it has to get out. Oh, and I know there's some green over here because of that C. So there's some green down here, and that green needs to get out. And that green is going to have to get out below this. So that means this clue is green, is AFK's point, and that's a good point. So the bottom of column 3 is green. I agree with that. I should probably go ahead and mark the thing I know. Oh, no, sorry. There's nothing I know is in this. This is not a length 5 clue. See, I know one of these is green at least. Oh, let's see. Oh, this 2 I can mark off, because this could either be 1, 1, in which case it would be there, or 1, 2. So that cell's always part of the 2, no matter how this works out. Because I can't do a 2, 2 first, because if I do a 2, 2 first, then I have to do 3, 1s. So that cell's always part of the blue. Not immediately super helpful. Yes. Okay, so this cell is always green, and I understand from AFK why. I'm trying to think about how to articulate it. If this is gray, by connectivity, it makes all of that gray, and then I still have to fit in my C clue below that, and there's just not room. So this is always green, is the point. Uh, uh, so so we've got that. And so now there's still 2 clues below the green, AFK points out. So these 2, well, this one I know is not green because this one's that clue. So this is the black gray, and then this one could be anything. It could even be a boat. Well, this green certainly needs to take that cell then, because this green's going to get out, and it can't get out down that way because of the line there. So this green always takes that cell. And if I now look at this column, I've got 1, 2, this, and then green. The green has to go all the way to the bottom now by the column. So that happens. Okay, so right, so I've got a B that maybe extends down there. Okay, that is part of the 2. I've got to have a black in this row somewhere. The black can't possibly... Oh, crap. The black could be there, but only if all of these are green. For what it is worth. Oh, these can't be green. Globa Glob points out, because if these are green, then they need to get out, because if these are green, these aren't because of the vertical bar. So if these were green, they'd have to get out, but then this cell would be isolated. So these are not green. These are gray. Okay, so now that means this cell is not green. And now, now I need a black here in order to make that work. Which means this cell isn't black, it's gray. And so this goes black, gray, green up the top there. This can't be green because checkerboard. You can't have a checkerboard in a thing. Because the green would need to connect to the green, and in so doing, it would isolate this cell. So this can't be green. This has to be black. For what it is worth. I have a hard time imagining how we're going to disambiguate the... Oh, we're going to disambiguate it through this. There we go. Okay. I keep looking for checkerboard up here, but I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, right. This can't be part of the 2 clue. So this is broken, and then this is the other part of the 2 clue, and then this is another bar just to finish out the clues in this row. So this is certainly not green. This is part of a 2 clue in row 4. That tells me that that is, in fact, not green. And then in this column, that then tells me that this isn't green either. So I can go back and I can blacken that. Oh, this is now black. We decided. And so this thing that it's touching can't be black. This thing that it's touching must be gray. For what it is worth. So this is not green anymore by this row, because this row goes black, green, not green. So this is not green over here. So if this isn't green, I'm going to have to be very careful about connectivity. This is now, oops, sorry. This is now, oops. Not gray. This is now green. So I do know this is not green. Sorry, not green. Oh, right. And this one I can also fill in. That's gray, green, not green. For what it's worth, this one is gray over there. Right. Chef of Death has a good point. If this cell is not green, then by the row clue, all of these are not green, and that definitely separates the world in a way that is untenable. So we have a green there. Let's see. Right. If this is green, that definitely, yeah, I was worried about connectivity, but I hadn't sort of appreciated how this line works. If this is green, it can't connect this way because that would break the clue in this row. And it can't connect this way because there's a border here. So this is just never green. So this is the other kind of gray. So because the last two clues here are both kinds of gray, I at least know these are both kinds of gray, right? But they could both be the same kind of gray, but they're each individually a kind of gray. So I can move that over there, that over there. Yeah, this certainly can't be green either because it could never possibly connect. So now my two green in this column have to be there. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. This doesn't have to be green. Sorry, if this is green, it has to be there, with that being the light gray, but I don't actually know that that has to happen. So this is now black or gray. Using the column for to clue. This is not gray. Yes, if this is gray, then it's the to clue, and so they would do this. So this is green or black is Globaglob's point. I agree with that. Column 3 clue. We can update that appropriately. Yeah, so Emma's curious which of these clues is the one that's the green, I believe. So if this was green, I would have to make both of those green, which would make this a green 2, and that would break. Because now this is one clue that's all not green and has isolated the green up there. So this can't possibly be green, which now means this can't possibly be green. coming over there. Uh, can all of this be green? No. All of this cannot be green. So yeah, so if this was gray, Glob point is the green would have to come up like this, but that just does not work with the way this clue works. Or sorry, with the way this column works. So this is always green. This being black doesn't work in a very strange way. Because if this is black, it's either the top clue, in which case this is black, black. But then that makes this the 2 clue, which would be green, green, except it would get a third. Or this is green, black, in which case this would still be green, green. Sorry, no. If this is green, black, then it would be green, black, black, and that breaks actually even worse. So this can't possibly be black. This is definitely green. Yeah, I mean, I guess I know for sure if I actually. Oh no, I don't know for sure that this isn't the 2 clue. But I certainly need to separate the greens, right? If I can't separate the greens in this column, then I can't fit all of the other things in it for sure. So I need something to separate the greens, and it either needs to go there, or be part of the 2 clue. But it still feels like there's a lot of optionality there, as best I can determine it. It really depends on whether these are the same or different. Because if these are different, then that doesn't work. Okay, that's the point. If these are different, then this green is the 2 clue, and there's only 1 clue left. There we go. Okay, so the these 2 being different doesn't work, is the point. Because if these 2 are different, now this is the 2 clue, and now everything is broken. So these 2 are actually the same. Which means that this is the one that's green, and then this must be the other one that's green, because these greens I know aren't the same green. Which means that these 2 are some sort of gray-black, but that is definitely green, and now that's green as well. Oops, green as well, which makes this clue green, and I can get rid of my red circles now. Oops. Okay, and now if this is not green, we definitely isolate the green. So now that's definitely green. Also, this can't be green, so it's definitely gray. because of the border. Okay, and both of these are black or gray. We can move that further along there, move this further along here. That, oh no, sorry, this is a 1, right? Oh, yeah, if this isn't green, we definitely break connectivity, right? Because if this isn't green, then we're saying all of that is gray-black. So this had better be green. Like that. Now in the last column, where does this green have to be? I guess I'm not actually 100% sure if this green is that one or that one. I don't think I know yet. Right. Row 2 has a divider here and a divider here, and this one is definitely not green. Oops. So that tells me this isn't green anymore. Yeah, this is anti-blue, but it could be green, right? As long as that's also green. Oh, this now has to be green, actually, because of that, because I have to keep my green connecting. And now if I look at the row, now that's also green because we've hit the end of the road. As far as that goes. So this has to be black by the column clue, which means that I know now that this is actually green. And there's no more green in the rest of the column, actually, because now this is gray-black, which means this is certainly gray-black. It is the none-blue gray-black, for what it is worth. Okay. So if this is green, that's green, and that's green. Yeah, I guess if we want to do our sort of coloring on shades of gray, we can do that. So yeah, this is either green there or green there. Not quite sure how to decide which of those it is yet. Oh, I know that's black though. Oh, and I know there's another thing. That's the point. This is gray or green at the very least. And so if this is gray or green now, so if this is green, that's green, green, green. That doesn't work. Oh, no, it does. Never mind. Row 7. There's only 2 things in row 7. Okay, got it. So the row 7 clue tells me there's only 2 things over here, so it has to be like that. Is what has happened. So this is now the 2 is the point. And so now this is the A, which is light gray, or sorry, which is gray, I should say. And then above that is green. Okay, so that's going to let me fill out everything, because now that's that clue now. So that means all of this is actually green. We can fix that. Okay, so the circle now is black. And the X is gray. And we can get rid of all of this. Okay, I can go ahead and mark that that is black. I can go ahead and mark that that is gray. Go ahead and mark that that is gray, and that is black, and that is black. And that is gray, and that is black. Can get rid of that. Okay, I know that that is black, and so that is gray. So these are all gray or green, just by the column. This column has no clues at all. Oh, this can't be gray by the row. So this, by the column, this cell is gray or green, but by the row, it's black or green. So it's just therefore green, which then makes it green here as well. So we get that. And so now this cell, if I go ahead and here, that is green. Oh yeah, I can just count the number of walls across here, right? So there's one. Oh, I need some other 2-cell thing, right? This is definitely gray or black, and it's the other gray or black from that one. It's definitely gray. So we definitely go... So before the green is definitely black, just by color Doku. But then that means that this is now gray. So we've got that. And so now the 2 there tells me that this is also, is also gray. So this is gray. This worked out to be black. This worked out to be gray and black and green. This worked out to be green. This worked out to be gray. This worked out to be green. Very cute. Definitely broke my brain slightly or a lot. But we made it through. And we didn't do anything too untoward, I don't think, in the process of building our little cave here. The one thing I think I wish I had done is I wish I had used connecting lines more. If I was doing another of these, I would use connecting lines to say, hey, these 2 are definitely in the same region, because there were a couple points where the thing I was missing was something I should have gotten because I knew that they were in the same thing, but I did not. I mean, I used colors with flashes, right? And I did the subcolors with the other thing. Like, I still used, like, multiple layers of notation. But yeah, I know there's a hard version of this, which I am a little afraid of. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, though, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. We have a math pesto hybrid. I have been doing a lot of math pesto hybrids basically as they've come out. So let's see if we can solve this one. First of all, it's a philomeno, so we need to divide the grid into ominoes, and ominoes can't. Ominoes of the same size can't touch. And each cell gets the size of the omino. Cells with letters, circles, and triangles are unshaded. Okay, so that is exciting. Make them green, I suppose. Some of the unshaded cells form an orthogonal one-cell wide path from the start to the goal. The path includes all cells with circles and no cells with triangles. So I guess that means, for example, that this is a corner. So because it's not going through there, but it is going through here. So I guess that means these two are unshaded, just before I keep going. Okay. All unshaded cells form an orthogonally connected area, and unshaded cells cannot form a loop. A polyomino is either fully shaded or fully unshaded, while a 2x2 area cannot be fully shaded nor fully unshaded. I do love puzzles where, with the no 2x2 area, it can be fully shaded or fully unshaded. I find that fun. Yeah, no unshaded cells can form a loop. Okay, and arrows, numbers on cells with arrows refer to the total amount of polyominoes seen in the indicated direction or directions. If multiple arrows in the cell see the same polyominoes, it's only counted once. Okay, and there's no interaction at all between the polyominoes and the maze, right? It's not like it's not like the one cell wide thing also applies to the polyominoes or anything like that. So this is shaded by the no 2x2 rule, and this is shaded by the no 2x2 rule. Also, these are both ones by the counting rule, I believe, because they're each counting a number of ominoes seen in that direction. So we get a one dance. Woo! Wah! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. Unshaded cells are orthogonally connected. And unshaded cells cannot form a loop. Okay. And the path... Okay, well, the path can't go through shaded cells, so the path has to come here. Now... I think, if I understand what form a loop means, and I might need to look at the LMD page just for an example of this to make sure. Oh, the LMD page does not contain an example. I don't think the loop can come this way, because I think if the loop comes this way... Okay, well, it definitely can't come this way because it would make a 2x2, never mind anything else. So the loop definitely has to come this way, because it can't go through the triangle, remember? I suppose I can draw my borders around my ominoes as well. My shame ominoes. Okay. So this is shaded just by the aforementioned rule. Is every omino entirely shaded or entirely unshaded? Or is that not even true? Yes, a polyomino is either fully shaded or fully unshaded. Okay. Good. Okay. Now... okay. What else can I see? Like, I've got some of these, like, 1 or 2 kind of cells. This is 1, 2, or 3. This is 1, 2, or 3 as well. Can't be 4 because it would put... Oh, maybe it can be 4. I'm just going to put 4 in it and not worry about it. 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. This is certainly 1 or 2. This is certainly 1 or 2. Oh, the loop must extend. That's true. That's the easier thing for me to see. I don't know why I was missing that. Yeah, so one of these two is going to be green, and this loop must extend as well. So that's going to be green. Now, if I make that green, that definitely doesn't work. Because if I make that green, I definitely enclose a loop. And so now this loop must continue here. Now, that's got to be gray because if I do that, I definitely, again, have a problem. So now this has to turn this way, like that. I am pretty sure that this can't sort of come in over here. Yeah, right. If the loop goes this way, I need the loop to enter here, and that would create a 2 by 2. There can't be a loop in green. It doesn't matter that the it doesn't matter about that. I can't let this be green because that's the green cells containing a loop. So my point is, if the loop goes here, this also has to be loop, and that's a 2 by 2 of green cells. So that doesn't happen. So the loop does that. Is the next thing that the loop doeth. So if the loop goes here, we have a big problem. Because if the loop goes here, it then has to go here, because this would be a corner. This would be a loop corner. And now we have the problem that the loop can't come here because it would create a 2 by 2 and can't come here because it would create a loop. So the loop doesn't go that way. The loop goes this way and keeps going because it can't go on either side. So these are both green. That's gray. The loop, yeah, loop in quotes. Okay, so we've got that. Right. This has to be a domino, several people in chat are pointing out, because what else could it be? This needs to be at least a domino, so it has to grow as well. We have some more 2 by 2 avoidance to do, which is further going to push the loop over here, making that green. I think I know this is a 3 now, because there's no way it sees any duplicates. So I think this just is a 3 because of the combination of shading and this being a monomino. For whatever it is worth. Well, there's no way this is a 1, because it can't be that everything in the rest of the row is a 3 omino, so it has to grow. It is true. There's a border between the 3 and the 1, 2. The loop definitely visits this cell. Okay, well, this can't be green because the loop visits this cell. So if this is green, then there's definitely a loop no matter what. Yeah, I don't think I can do... I certainly can't make both of those green for what it's worth. Okay, this can't be 2. Oh, 3 would make a 1 omino touching a 1 omino. I see. So this has to be a 1. People in chat are pointing out. Find someone who loves you like Math Pesto loves monominos, I suppose. Math Pesto did do an entire monomino puzzle at some point. I have absolutely no idea how to denote it, but these are all in the same omino. This omino grows. So I know what it is, because it's not a monomino. So it grows, but it can't grow to there, because that would definitely make a loop. So this is a domino. This is a fun, silly, ridiculous rule set. I mean, there's no way that that's one of the directions that this goes from, right? That certainly the loop through this has to do that. Because if the loop goes up, there's no way that doesn't create a problem in it coming back down. So the loop through this circle definitely does that, and these are both green, and that's gray. Oh yeah, this just is a 4. So when I said before this obviously couldn't be a 4, I was wrong. Because those two are certainly different, and these two are certainly different, and there's no way that that sort of connects around to be the same thing as there. Okay, so this can't grow to here, because if it grows to there, then it's a 2, but it's a 2 touching a 2, so this does not grow. Which makes it a monomino, and now this becomes a 2. And that being a 2 means that these two are different. However, that ends up working out. If this is green, that definitely breaks. Because if this is green, it forces that to be gray, but it would be a gray monomino. So that is definitely gray. Oh yeah, this just can't go up. For all the reasons I previously noted. So this, in fact, has to come here and has to come here. And then it's going to have to come there as well once I do the shading stuff. Oh, now this is a corner. Up here as well. Assuredly, this has to connect. Okay, that's gray. Right. So because that's gray, now this definitely has to connect. Because it's a corridor or a cloister. Okay, if this goes up... Oh, no, sorry. I was going to say something I think that was not true. Well, how is this loop getting down? This loop can only possibly get down through these 3 cells, right? So that is going to force all of this to be green, and these are going to be gray to avoid a 2x2. So we've got all of that. Okay, this can't be green, because if this is green, then I definitely create a loop, because this will sort of connect around through here. This 4 is not the same as a 3. And this isn't a 1 or a 2, so it's definitely a 3. So this 4 actually is forced to take those cells exactly. Like that. So assuredly then this is green, because if it's not, we disconnect the loop. So these two have to be shaded, because if they are unshaded, I'd get a 2 by 2. So the loop makes its way through. Oops. Loop makes its way through here. Can't turn up, so it turns down. This 3 can't go next to the other 3, so this 3 has to come down, like that. We can do all of that like that. Oops. Oh, the loop has to keep going again. So we get a green over there. Right. If this is green, we could definitely make a loop, right? Right. If this is green, we could make a loop by just following this around to its friend. Yeah, so that works. Okay, well, this certainly can't be 4, because that would make this double monomino. So it just is a 3. Okay, so this can only be a 1 or a 2. Just by expansion rules. But this one now is definitely a 2. And this one's just a 2 by definition, actually, because it definitely sees 2 things. So that's a 1. So we get that all forced. Oh, this would assuredly also create a loop if I make that green. Because I could connect from here to here and then close it through there. So that's not allowed. Yes, this is only able to be a 3, right? Because this is a 1, 2, or a 3, AFK points out, because it's going to expand into a 3, but it can't be a 2. And if it's a 1, was my argument that this couldn't be 4? Oh, right, no, it couldn't be 4. Sorry, my argument that this couldn't be 4 was wrong, but right in spirit. But in order to say that this definitely couldn't be 4, I needed to argue that this couldn't be 4. But it certainly can't. But I didn't notice it before, that was a possibility that I was ignoring. This is at least 4, actually, if you look at it. 4 is the minimum, so it's going to expand around like that. Oh, we can count over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a 5, which means that's definitely also part of the 5. These are likely also going to be part of the 5, but who knows? Let's see. Can put some stuff there. All of there. It seems like it would be a real problem if all of these were green, but I don't know that I can 100% prove it. This loop definitely continues, Chef of Death points out, and that is a good point. That definitely happens. Okay, so this is now gray for sure, because I need to keep those apart. So this loop continues. And so that becomes green. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is also a 5. That's true. Interestingly enough, this is a 1, 2, 3. Oh no, this is assuredly not a 1. So these two are in the same omino. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. This one's definitely a 4. Oh, and in fact, I know not that one. This one. This one's definitely a 4. Uh, and so that makes that a 4 and makes that a 4 for sure. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. I broke it. Can't. Oh, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know that these are all 1. Right. I know that these are thing, but yeah, I don't know that these are all together. That's the thing that we have. I have just reflexively called this the loop. It wasn't intended to be a joke, but it kind of has become one, but only because I'm incapable of calling this thing not loop. If the loop goes down, that's a disaster, actually. Because if the loop goes down here, now this end of the loop has to get out under here, and that definitely creates a loop. In fact, actually, I just need a gray to separate, because this is going to come out down here somewhere. If it comes out through here, that creates a loop. So that's always, in fact, gray. This is always quote-unquote loop. Can green that, have this come here. Again, this has to be gray in order to avoid any incidents. We would not want an incident. Oh, this has to be green as well. We have to keep coming out. Oops. And as we do that, that's going to be gray as well. And so this is going to keep coming out again, which is going to make that green. Eventually, these things are going to have to pull apart. But I'm not quite there yet. Let's see. Okay, how big is this? 1, 2, 3, right? There's no way these two are in the same omino, right? Because this can only be a 2 if these two are in the same omino. Right, if these two are in the same omino, that definitely puts a loop in green. So these two are not in the same omino. They're in different ominos. So this is a 3, which makes that gray, which makes that green. We know what the 3 omino looks like. We can do our loop around here. We can do our omino like that. Can do that as well. Oh, this certainly isn't 1, Eckbert points out, which makes the gray grow. Very accurate. Oh, this is green. Because again, we have this coming out over here. Again, we need to put a gray here, put a green here, like that. If this is green, we immediately cause a loop, so that's a problem. So we come up here, which makes this cell green. Now, I can't do that without creating a loop in green, so that is going to be gray. And so I can't go here with my loop, so my loop must go here, and remember it ends here. Okay, so we can do in some of that. Oh, this is visited, and it's a corner. So we can handle that. This 3 needs to be finished. That is a good point. No 2 by 2 is a good point. Yes, we need to avoid a 2 by 2. Let's see. Where else have we some things? If this is green, it's a 5. Emma says this can't be 1. I don't understand why not, as of yet. Let's see, we've got that here. Certainly a minimum of 4, although I think I saw before that if this is 4, it actually breaks. Oh, yeah, these two are definitely the same omino. I agree with that. This one is a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Assuming these two can't be the same. Maybe those two could be the same, actually. It's possible that actually these two grays are actually the same gray. Right, right. If these are all the same omino, this is Jim's point, then the minimum size of this number is a 7, but this assuredly is from 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's not a 1 because of that. In fact, it could be a 2 if, again, this sort of wraps around. But anyway, the point being that definitely pushes the gray out here because there's at least 2 ominoes, and the greens are connected, which pushes the green over there. Like that. There we go. There we go over there. Right, now this can't be 4, so now this is a 2 or a 3, because these two are definitely in the same omino no matter what happens. If this is gray, it looks like it's going to get awkward, but it might not. We might be just okay. I accidentally bifurcated before that this doesn't work if it's actually a 4. I'm trying to decide if that's an actual step that I want to do or not. Probably not. I mean, I guess this is always a 1 or a 5. It's going to be a 5. Or sorry, it's going to be a 1. No, I don't think it is, actually. I think it is going to be a 5. I don't know. I don't think row 7, column 3 has to be gray, does it? I mean, it's going to have to be gray eventually, but technically there's a way around it, I think, that would not create a loop. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this is a minimum of 6. So the gray definitely grows. Let me start that way. Uh, One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so this is a minimum of 6. And a maximum of 7 for sure. Uh, I know these two are 1. So that's 1, 2, 3. In order to get to 6, I have to make this 4, 5, 6. So I actually have to make it 6, and I have to do that to both of them. So that's certainly part of the 6. That's certainly part of the 6. And that's certainly part of the 6. This is a 2. That's a 1. So this 5 certainly grows out to here at least. Oh, right. These two things could be part of the same omino. You're right. I fell for the same trick that I tried to fall for before. These two can be part of the same omino. If the gray goes around like this, that's very possible. So it could be as small as 5. Still makes this 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, this definitely can't be 5, because if this is 5, then I split this and force this 5 omino to touch it. So they actually can't be 5. So they actually are 6. So everything is forced as before. Okay, so that 5 definitely connects up there. That can't be a 5 now, because if that's a 5, I force a 1 next to a 1. So my 5 definitely stops here, and so this is a 3. Let's see. This grows. That's not been available for a while, but it's available now. This is a minimum of 4, actually. This is now known to be a 2, by the way. Right? Just by counting. I don't know why I never labeled this as 1, 2, 3, but now it actually is a 2. Yeah, so this is a minimum of 4. So these are all connected, but it could be exactly a 4 and look like that. I think that would be okay. Let's see. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so this is only 4 or 5, depending on whether this is a monomino or not. This is also 1 or 2. Let's see. It's from 3 or 4. So yeah, these two are different. Can it be 2? I think it could be 2. Oh no, because we know this is small, right? So this one, this can't connect. Those two can't be the same. So yeah, and the only way this is a 3 is, in fact, if this is a 3, actually. Let's see, I'm being told this is big. So at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7. It is a minimum of 7. So it's going to take at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not super useful, unfortunately. Well, it's definitely the same as this one. And this one is... oh, yeah, maybe I don't know what this one is either. I think I don't know what this one is either. I guess I know this one now down to two options. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I think it can be 4, 5, or 6, actually. Oh, there's definitely a border here, actually. Ah, okay. So now this one, if I look at it, that's 2, 3, and then 4 is... It could be 3 or 4, but this is touching a 3, so it is a 4, is Josh's point. Okay, so it certainly can't be green, because if this were a green 4, it would immediately create a loop. So this is a gray 4. Right. So this is just a 5 because it's looking at the same things as the 6 except for itself. Emma points out. So this is a 5 by sort of noting what those things are doing. So that's also a 5 for sure. Let's see. Right. The 4 clue forces a border here. That is worth noting. I was thinking that if this was green, it was going to be a problem, but I don't think it will be a problem. Might actually be a problem if it's gray. I'm not 100% sure, though, yet. Let's see. This digit is not 1, 2, or 3. Good, good, good. From Globaglob. Because it's touching a 1 and a 2, and so as soon as it's touching a 1, it actually is also touching a 3. So this number is at least 4, which means it's going to join the 5, no matter what. So that was a good spot. This is also a 4 from similar reasoning, Lakia points out, because it's not a 1, 2, or a 3, but it doesn't have room to be a 5. So it is in fact forced to be a 4, which then makes this a 1, like that, which now makes this at least a 3, for what it's worth. Oh, not even at least a 3, at least a 4. Possibly the same as the 4, 5. Let's see. The 5 and 6 arrows. Oh, right. Okay, right. So this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this is now forced to be a 6 because of that being a 5. And because of how all of this transpired. Which now means this can't be shaded. It must be green, because if it was shaded, it would be a 1. So it's green, and now it can't be a 1 because it's touching a 1, so it must be a 5. So that finishes our Favomino. So that is a 1. And this is also a 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is indeed correct. Oh yeah, the point is the 4 told me that these weren't the same omino. That was ultimately the point of all of this. Row 6, column 9 is now known. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is now a 5. Good. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a minimum of 4 and a maximum of 6. So this is certainly from 4, 5, or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a 6 or a 7, I believe. So that 6, 7 pushes the 5 at least to here. And this 6, 7 gets pushed down here at least. Yeah, so my 6, 7 goes at least that far, no matter what, I believe. So if we look at this one now, it's... No, sorry, this one. Right, this can't be 1 or 2. So now it's a minimum of 5. So this is either... So this is 5, 6, or 7, and it's not 6. So this is only 5 or 7. I guess that makes sense. Oh, I put 1 too far because I counted to 7, but I agree this is 5 or 7. Oh, actually, yeah, the if I was smart, yeah, if it's 6, that can't be part of the 6. So actually, the 6, 7, although I totally did not think about this, the 6, 7 does actually extend that far. So let's see. So this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is minimum 5 now. Sorry, not minimum 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is minimum 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think minimum 5, not minimum 6, right? Oh, it points down as well. Oh, it points down as well. Yes, yes, yes. So if this is 5, my 5 would need to be 6 cells in size. So this is in fact a 6, which makes both of those 5. Okay, good, good, good. I was not appreciating the whole pointing down as well, razzmatazz. So there is our 6 omino coming down over here. Okay, this is a minimum of 2. But it can't actually be a 2 because of Philomeno stuff. So this is only a 3 or a 4, making all of this 3 or 4 and making this 1 or 4, just for Philomeno reasons. And now my 6, 7 I can count. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, no. 1... Sorry, the 6, 7 I can count from here. 1, 2. Note the 5s are the same. 3, 4, 5, 6. So it just is a 6. Like that. And that is done. So that's telling me, if I look at this and notice these two are the same. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And so 5, 6, there's only 2 ominoes over here. So that means the 3, 4 has to grow there. And this has to be shaded, if I counted that correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So so this is shaded at the very least. That pushes the loop here. And now this has become a domino. Because there's only 2 shaded cells and I can't make them both monominos. And now that means that all of this stuff is the same. So the same thing it could be is 3. And now that 3 has made the thing above it a 4. This 3, 4 definitely grows here just by Philomeno stuff, because it needs to be of that size. So that means the loop comes up here. Green. And now the loop has to close here, because if the loop does not close here, then it would have to do that, and that's would create a loop. So we want to do that. Like that. Okay, this now... oh, I guess it still is either 3 or 4, isn't it? My 5 omino could finish here. The 4 arrow tells me the 5 doesn't do that. Because if the 5 did that, the 4 arrow would be a 3. So the 5, in fact, finishes there. Like that. Which means this is definitely now a 2. So if it was a gray 2, it would create a 2 by 2. So it's a green 2. And now that can't be green, because if that was green, we would definitely create a loop. So that's gray, which does indeed finish my thing there. Okay. So, oh, these 2 could be the same. If these 2 are the same, what number is it? If these 2 are the same, it's a 5. So if these 2 are the same, it's a 5 that does exactly that. Why does this have to be gray? Oh, because if it's green, it's a 1 next to a 1. Got it. Yes. Sorry. I was thinking about loop reasons or shading reasons, but it's Philomeno reasons. If this is green, it's a 1 next to a gray 1. So this is definitely gray. For whatever that is worth. So if these 2 are together, they're both 5s. If they're separate, that's a 1 and this is a something. Okay, I see why this being 2 breaks. This being 2 breaks for a kind of weird reason. If this is 2, then it looks like that, which forces this to be a 1, of course. But now what is this? And the answer is it can't be a 2 or a 3. And I can't possibly make it a 1 anything. So yeah, the 2 breaks in a weird way that I don't quite have words for. So these are the same, which means these are the same. And now because this number can't both be 1, they're all the same. So we do get the 5. Uh, and so that means that this is a 3 by counting now. Okay, and so this is not a 3, it's a 1 and a 2, but that one can't be a 2, so it's a 1. And then these are the 2s, and I think we're now done. Lovely puzzle there, Math Pesto, as has very much been the case lately. I've been greatly enjoying the Math Pesto sets a puzzle in a weird pencil puzzle genre and mixes it with another pencil puzzle genre. I like the no loops rule. Is a very cool thing to play with. I played with that a little in Berlin, albeit that was a slightly different situation. But yeah, quite fun stuff. We did more puzzles than usual, I guess because partially because supporters voted for a 6x6 as the sort of starting. But this has been a great stream overall. Great puzzles. I quite enjoyed getting my brain bent in new ways. But I think it is about time to wrap up and go put some food in the Zeta. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I will look forward to seeing you all soon. I'll be streaming again on Friday. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It's greatly appreciated when you do. It really means a lot. If you would like to support the stream, you can always hit the like button. That is free. If you would like to support the stream with dollars or any other currency, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. Or if you don't want to give Google money because you hate the AI thing that shows up at the beginning of Google pages now, you're welcome to use Patreon instead, where it's patreon.com/zetamath. P.S. The Google AI thing is really, really stupid. But anyway, thank you so much to everyone. Last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, and I'll see you all soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.